Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2. 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 Mic check check. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2 2 1 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Check 1 2. And good afternoon and welcome inside Nobby's Ballpark on a warm but cloudy Sunday afternoon in Cleveland, Ohio, as Case Western Reserve University getting set to conclude a three-game series against Wooster. Yesterday it was the Fighting Scots who came up out on top in each of the first two games, sweeping a doubleheader against the Spartans, but today Case Western Reserve looking to bounce back as they will wrap up the season series a little earlier than normal with Wooster. They'll get it out of the way here within the first 2 weeks of the season. Welcome, everybody. I'm John Schwartz, happy to bring you another season of Case Western Reserve University baseball here at Nobby's Ballpark. And again, a nice day for baseball. You don't always get these in early March, but pretty good spring so far. Pretty good, I guess, late winter still so far. And certainly a good sign here is we'll be just a few minutes away from the first pitch. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get you starting lineups for both teams, beginning with the College of Wooster. So beginning with Wooster, leading things off and playing shortstop will be Eli Westrick. Batting second and playing first base will be Ryan Kramer. It'll be Colin Leslie doing the catching today and hitting third, and then Nick Pett, the third baseman, hitting fourth. Zach Barrienbrock, the designated hitter, bats fifth. Andrew McGowan playing second base and hitting sixth. Grant Mitchell playing left field today and batting seventh. It'll be John Pansteris, the center fielder, hitting eighth, and then Bryn Langley, the right fielder, will bat ninth. Jack Spring, the right-handed pitcher, is on the mound. He'll take the hill in the bottom of the inning when Wooster hits the field. In the meantime, Case Western Reserve in the team huddle right now before they take the field. It's about 2 minutes before scheduled first pitch, so we'll see what happens here when they head on out. But let's go ahead and get you the defensive lineup for the Spartans today. It will be Dane Camphausen over at first base. Second baseman, Nate Arterburn. The shortstop is Tyler Stilson. And the third baseman is Franco Alonso. In the outfield, Logan Andreco, the left fielder. Center fielder is Jack Anderson, and the right fielder is Nick Harms. Doing the catching today is James Powers, and on the mound is Archer Stankowski, who is coming off the first win of his collegiate career after a really nice start against, it was the fourth game last weekend, so the start would have come against Mount Union. Mount Union previously undefeated heading into that game, 4-0, but Stankowski delivered 5 really strong innings, gave up just 4 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and struck out 3. Opponents hitting just .222 against him in that game, and he has that 3.60 ERA. Stankowski, if he is working in the strike zone, very effective. And we'll see what he could do here today against a very good Wooster team, 4-2 as well on the season. He'll continue his warm-ups here. We've got the photographer Tim Phillis, the great Tim Phillis, out there getting a couple of photos of Archer as he finishes up his warm-ups here. For Wooster, Westrick, Kramer, and Leslie leading things off. Westrick will be the first batter to hit here. Senior shortstop, right-handed hitter, and a really good player. 8 for 24 on the season, including 4 doubles. He's stolen 3 bases, so a real all-around threat. As Stankowski will finish his warm-up pitches. Home plate umpire for today's game is Rudy Denius. The umpire in the field, Todd Odell. Again, this is about as nice a day weather-wise as you can ask for in Cleveland in early March. You know, you see these games sometimes on the schedule, and you're not exactly sure if you'll be able to even get them in. Who knows? You could be at a time of year where you got 2 feet of snow on the ground in Cleveland come early March. But again, it's been a beautiful winter so far. Really only 1 or 2 snow days. And that's transitioning into what is a nice spring. The Spartans will try to make it a nice spring. They won their first 4 games to start the year, but suffered back-to-back losses in the doubleheader yesterday, and now we are set to get going. Westrick, Kramer, and Leslie, 3 righties to face the right-hander Stankowski on the mound. Stankowski ready. His first pitch working from the stretch, delivers the fastball inside to Westrick, and it's a ball 1-0. Westrick, a .500 on base percentage. He's walked 7 times this year. Good eye at the plate for Westrick, who awaits the 1-0. And it's hit in the air, center field, tracking back, still going back, is Jack Anderson, who makes the catch and puts it away for the out. 1 gone. Jack Anderson playing center field today for the Spartans, the preseason All-American catcher. Very versatile player, not your typical catcher, great speed, and Jack's going to see some time out there in center field this year as the season goes on, especially with the emergence of James Powers, the graduate student, whose natural position is catcher, but we've seen him a bunch at third base this year as well. First pitch from Stankowski is inside to Ryan Kramer, and that brings the count to 1-0 on Kramer. A .440 hitter on the season, 11 for 25, 2 doubles, 3 home runs so far for Kramer this year. He's driven in 12. Strong start to his year. Is that one down and out for ball 2, 2-0. And that one in the air. Left field, charging in is Andreyko, and he makes the catch. So Andreyko puts it away. Nice play. Andreyko in left field makes the play. 2 fly ball outs. And there are 2 gone. So with 2 gone, the batter is Colin Leslie. He takes that one for a called strike, 0-1. Leslie hitting a .250 on the year. Fastball down and in, it's 1-1. Now the 1-1. Chop foul, 1-2. So Stankowski a strike away from a quick first inning of work. Trying to retire the side in order here and get his bats up and working in the first inning. The 1-2, well outside, it's 2-2. Archer, the younger brother of Keaton Stankowski, who is a CWRU player. The 2 never overlapped as that misses down and in. Both pitchers. Here's the payoff pitch. And it's hit hard but foul down the third baseline. Count stays at 3-2. When the Spartan pitchers have been in the strike zone, they have been pretty effective for the most part this year. The struggle for the Case Western Reserve pitching staff, which enters the game with an ERA above 6 on the year, as that one misses up high, is just that. It's been too many walks, and that's been an issue for the last year or two now for this team. When their pitching struggles, it tends to be the reason. So with the 2-out walk, Leslie the runner on at first. He's stolen 2 bases on 2 attempts this year, and we'll see if he's running here against Stankowski, especially with a left-handed hitter at the plate. Nick Pett, the left-handed hitter, takes that one up and out, and that might have been a little bit of a test pitch there from Stankowski just to see if the runner was going, make sure he gives Powers something nice to throw down to second base. Now the 1-0. Fastball low, big jump off the bat, throw down to first, but not in time. Leslie was well off the bag there. But again, you can take some liberties at first base if you're a runner with the left-handed batter at the plate. A little bit harder on that snap throw down to first if you're a catcher, with that batter standing in your way. Fastball there misses down and in, and Stankowski all of a sudden, in what looked like could have been a quick first inning, now in a little bit of trouble here all of a sudden. He's fallen behind in the count 3-0 and in danger of issuing his second straight two-out walk. Pett should be taking all the way here, and he does. And that one just misses ball 4. Looked fairly good from up here. Might have been a shade low and out. And so that puts 2 on with 2 away and brings up the designated hitter, Zach Barrienbrock. A .263 hitter on the season, 5 hits in 19 at-bats for Barrienbrock, including 2 doubles. He's driven in 3. Stankowski trying to settle down. Barrienbrock, the first year out of New Albany, Ohio. Same hometown as Stankowski, different high schools, but you have to imagine the two are familiar with each other. Stankowski's got to find a way to throw some strikes here. He's now thrown 17 pitches, just 5 in the strike zone. That one misses inside, and it's 2-0. And that's going to bring out head coach Steve Grunberg. Stankowski now has thrown 7 straight pitches out of the strike zone. He's been behind on pretty much every hitter today with the exception of Leslie, who he ended up walking anyway, but was behind 1-0 on Westrick before he flew out to center field, behind 2-0 on Kramer before he flew out to left field, and then issued walks to Leslie and Pett to put 2 on with 2 out here in the first. As much of anything, I think that's one where if you're the Spartans and Steve Grunberg, you just want to give Stankowski a moment to compose himself a bit here. Let him take a deep breath, reset, and see if he could find a way to throw some strikes. Two 2-0 the count on Barrienbrook. 2 on, 2 away. The 2-0 pitch, fastball, and that one catches the knees for a strike, 2-1. And sent foul. 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Stankowski a chance to get out of the inning. And it's hit foul. And so Barrienbrock stays alive. Here's the 2-2 once again. And it's swung on, grounded softly to second. Arterburn there, flips to the covering shortstop. Stilson at second base to get the final out, and that will end the inning. So a pair of 2-out walks for Stankowski, but he works around them and pitches a scoreless first, and we'll move along into the bottom of the first inning. And the Spartans will come to bat for the first time today. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Case Western Reserve. Leading things off will be Logan Andraco, a .440 hitter on the season. He'll be followed by Jack Anderson, who moves into the 2 spot, and then a pair of left-handed hitters to follow. James Powers, who has started the year red hot, leads the team with 8 RBIs, and then Nick Harms, who's looking to heat up. He's batting at .259 on the year and hitting cleanup. Dane Camphausen will get his first home appearance as a Spartan against his former team, The graduate student first baseman hits fifth. Carson Walker, the designated hitter, batting sixth today. It'll be Franco Alonso, the third baseman, in the seventh spot. Tyler Stilson, the shortstop, hits eighth. And Nate Arterburn, the second baseman, rounds out the lineup in the ninth spot. Defensively for Wooster today, over at first base, Ryan Kramer, second baseman, Andrew McGowan. The shortstop is Eli Westrick, and the third baseman is Nick Pett. In the outfield from left to right, Grant Mitchell in left, John Pansteris is in center, and Bryn Langley is in right. Doing the catching today, Colin Leslie, and on the mound is Jack Spring, the right-handed pitcher, making his second start of the year today. He is yet to record a decision on the year. In his first start, went 4 innings, gave up 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned. Walked 3, struck out 1. Opponents hit .333 against him in that game, and that amounts all to a 4.50 ERA on the season for Spring. Spring, the sophomore righty from Pflugerville, Texas, Brentwood Christian High School, 5'10", 205 pounds. He'll finish up his warm-ups here before he takes the hill. So meanwhile, the Spartans, who are expecting big things from this offense this year, especially after their performance last year, brought back a lot of key players, added on some additional ones, but it's been a bit of a up and down start, I would say uneven for the Spartans so far at the plate, which is not necessarily unusual, but certainly looking to get into a bit of a groove. You know, it's for Case Western Reserve, I think, cruising through the first 4 games. They went 4-0, had to work pretty hard to win those, so it wasn't necessarily easy, but facing some good opponents. And then suffering the loss in the doubleheader yesterday at Wooster. But if you're the Spartans, you know, you've certainly had plenty of seasons where it's taken you a few weeks to get really into a groove, and that's not unusual for this team. Typically, they hit their stride coming off of spring break. But the key is to not sink yourself through those first few weeks as you try to get into playing shape, especially a team that is a northern team like Case Western Reserve is. You're trying to really get on the field consistently, which you can't always do in the winter. And again, so far the team has looked, you know, again, a bit up and down so far, trying to rectify things here today. And Logan Andreyko, someone who has looked fantastic so far, leading things off, takes the first pitch at the knees on the inside corner for a called strike, and it's 0-1. And that one misses inside for a ball. It's 1-1. And it's popped up, third base side, foul territory, and out of play. And the count goes to 1-2 on Andreyko. So 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Spring gets Andreyko swinging for the first out of the game, just the 4th strikeout of the season for Andreyko. And that'll bring Jack Anderson to the plate, who's hitting at just .227 on the season, but, you know, more or less everything off his bat this year has been hard. It's just he has not been able to find the open spots in the field, and you got to believe that's going to even out eventually as the All-American takes a called strike to bring the count to 0-1. Now the 0-1 pitch. Up high, 1-1. and bounces, and that'll bring it to 2-1. Now the 2-1 on the way. Swing and a miss, 2-2. 2-2 count on Anderson, who set program records for hits and doubles last season in a single year. He awaits the 2-2 from Spring, and that misses up high. 3-2 now the count. And down and low, ball 4. And Jack Anderson draws the walk. That is his 5th walk of the season. You know, Anderson, who even though he had, you know, again, the batting average a little low at this point, the on-base percentage still high. Came into the game with a .433 on-base percentage, so certainly reaching. And he is a threat to steal when he's on base. 1 stolen base on as many attempts this season. Not a big lead for Anderson at first as the lefty Powers at the plate. Now Anderson takes that extra step, not running here as Powers takes it down and in, 1-0. James Powers, the graduate student transfer from Anna Maria College. A .310 hitter to start his Spartan career. 5 doubles so far, 8 RBIs, leads the team in both categories. He has been very good in the early going of his season. And he takes the fastball up high, 2-0. So Spring maybe starting to have some control issues here. To be expected on what is a bit of a colder day. Now the 2-0. And the count goes to 3-0. Here's the 3-0 offering. And he takes a strike, a questionable strike call, as that one appeared to be up and in. And so that makes it a 3-1 count now on Powers. We'll see if Anderson is in motion here with the 3-1 on the way. And he was running. The throw down to first just misses Anderson. Yeah, Jack was running on that pitch, and you could see he was jumping off the bag, leaning the wrong way when the pickoff attempt came to first. And Anderson, fortunately, to get his hand in there just ahead of the tag. So now the 3-1 offering on the way to Powers. Another throw down to first, not in time. Scoreless ball game, bottom of the first inning between the Spartans and the Fighting Scots. Case Western Reserve trying to strike first in this game. Got some big bats to follow here as the 3-1 on the way to Powers. And he takes that right in there for a strike, 3-2. I think Powers was sitting fastball there, and Spring came with the changeup. Powers ended up taking it for a strike. So full count, 3-2. Anderson at first base. Got to believe he's running here 3-2 and 1 out. Here's the 3-2. And he is running, and the breaking ball stays up high. Ball 4, back-to-back one-out walks drawn by the Spartans. And there'll be now runners on at first and second with 1 away for Nick Harms, who is a home run away from tying the school career record for home runs. Reminder, he's just a junior. So it seems certainly like more of a question of when rather than if he will become the program's all-time leading home run hitter. He's sitting on 21 career home runs, matched the school single season record last year with 11. Off to a bit of a slow start, or at least slower than what you expect from him, as that's inside, hits him. And so Spring will load the bases after that hit by pitch. And now Dane Camphausen will be the batter. And Camphausen can do some damage here against his former team. He has the bases loaded, one away, and that's going to bring out the head coach, Aaron Swick, in his first year with Wooster to have a talk with his pitcher, Jack Spring. Well, again, Camphausen facing some familiar opponents here. The head coach, Swick, did not coach Camphausen. That would have been Barry Craddock, the former head coach of Wooster, who left the program at the end of last season. And again, a dangerous spot here with Dane Camphausen, who I remember walking past the baseball field while the team was scrimmaging in the fall, and at that point you don't really know who's on the team, or at least I didn't know who was on the team, and you walk past the field and you stare out there, and Camphausen is a guy who can stand out on a baseball field. He looks like he should be playing tight end rather than first base. Dane listed at 6'8" and 260 pounds. He is a big presence at the plate and is off to a pretty good start to his career as a Spartan. 292 hitter. Just one extra base hit, though. That was a triple. He's got decent speed for a guy of his size as well, as that one taken on the outside corner for a called strike. 0-1 the count on Camphausen. Dane's fallen victim to what's hurt the Spartans a little bit this year. He's hit some balls really hard so far, but just hasn't found the holes out there in the field, as the changeup swung on and missed that, and that brings the count to 0-2. And boy, would this be a big strikeout to get if Spring can find a way. Bases loaded. We're in the first inning in a scoreless ball game. Camphausen a chance to give the Spartans the lead as he takes that one just down and outside. Really good pitch there by Spring. I believe a changeup there as he tried to catch that outside corner, but just missed it. Really smart pitch as the count goes to 1-2 now. Spring and a step off as the shortstop, Westrick. Pardon me. Yep, that's Westrick, the shortstop, one of the veterans on this team that will charge him with a meeting. Anderson, the runner at third, Powers at second, Harms at first. Bases loaded for the Spartans. We're in the bottom of the first inning, one away. Camphausen at the plate, trying to deal blow to his former squad in Wooster. A graduate transfer here at Case takes that one, and it's called a strike on the outside corner. Well, Spring, it looks like throwing a two-seamer there. That one broke back over the outside corner of the plate. And he gets the called strike. And so now 2 outs. That'll give Spring a little bit of wiggle room here as Walker fouls back the first pitch, but it'll land harmlessly out of play. At least harmlessly for Walker. Might have ricocheted off a fan, but Walker will get the call for the first strike there. So 0-1. Called strike, letter high, and it's 0-2, and now Spring a strike away from working his way through this one. Walker, out of San Diego, California, La Jolla Country Day School. He's off to a nice start to his Spartan career. 4 for 9 with a double and 2 runs batted in. Trying to come up with a big hit here, but in an 0-2 hole, and that one just misses outside. Ball 1-2. The entire Wooster team took a step towards the dugout on that one. Appeared to be outside from here, but then again, so did the called third strike against Camphausen. So certainly you can't blame Wooster for assuming the inning might have been over on a called third strike there. Instead, the count goes to 1-2. Got to protect the outside of the plate here if you're Walker, and he tries to do that and does so successfully. You could just see how Spring's pitching game works here. He's trying to work that outside corner with that combination of that two-seam fastball that's going to break over that outside corner, or the off-speed pitch that's going to look similar coming off the hand but move differently. And so his goal is to either catch you looking at that third strike with the two-seamer, as that one misses up high, 2-2, or to try to throw that changeup and get you to swing over it. That pitch, I think, more of a straight four-seam fastball, and the goal now, I would imagine, is to change the eye level there, which he did, and now I got to think he's coming back to that outside corner again. 2-2 pitch on the way, and he gets a swing and a foul tip back into the catcher's glove for strike 3, and that will end the inning. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Spring, who works around 2 one-out walks and a hit batter that loaded the bases, but back-to-back strikeouts to end the inning. And that will send us into the second scoreless ball game between Wooster and Case Western Reserve. We'll move along. It'll be for the Scots, McGowan, followed by Mitchell and Pansteris, 6, 7, and 8 in the order when we come back. First pitch is low for a ball to McGowan. This is Andrew McGowan. As that one popped up, foul and out of play. And the count goes to 1-1. Not to be confused with Case Western Reserve pitcher Austin McGowan, who faced Andrew McGowan in yesterday's game. I don't believe any relation, as that one fouled off, and the count goes to 1-2. And just misses there to bring the count to 2-2. So 2-2 pitch now. Stankowski delivers, fouled back. 2-2 still. Well, the good news for the Spartans is that they do have some pretty strong options coming out of the bullpen today. With this being just a 3-game week, they've got their 4th starter, Quinn Saunders, who should be available. As that one misses up high, full count 3-2. A lot of pitches early on in this one for Stankowski, who's needed to throw 28 so far to record the first 3 outs of the game. Trying to get his 4th out of the game here is 3-2 on the way. And it's down and out, ball 4. Third walk of the game issued already by Stankowski, who issued just 1 walk against Mount Union last week. Again, that has been the bugaboo for Spartan pitching so far this year. Just too many walks issued for this team. That one misses down low to Grant Mitchell, a 278 hitter on the year. The left fielder takes ball 1. Throw down to first, not in time. Called strike there, and the count's 1-1. And the aforementioned Quinn Saunders has begun to throw for Case Western Reserve off of flat ground right now, so maybe just staying warm on what is a warm for March day, but not necessarily a warm for baseball day. Up high, although we're getting there. Temperature right now, actually, I take it back. It's about 58 degrees outside, which is, again, about as good as you'll get this time of year in Cleveland. I say that. It's supposed to be like 70 tomorrow, I believe. And, boy, that's called a ball. That looked awfully good from up here. And so that sets the count to 3-1. And up high, ball 4. 4th walk already for Stankowski. Back-to-back walks to start the second here is Stankowski flirting with disaster right now. The batter at the plate is John Pansteris. A .333 hitter on the year. He's got 2 triples, 5 runs batted in. Pansteris, the righty, stands in. McGowan with the lead from second. Mitchell the lead from first. Nobody out, 2 on. And squaring to bunt. But pulling it back as Stankowski turned and looked the runner back to second. That look back, no intention of trying to get the runner there. He was just trying to get a read on whether or not Pansteris was bunting and might have given it away there. Alonso, the third baseman, takes a few steps in. The pitch taken for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-1. Franco Alonso, another graduate student, defending at third base. He'll stay back here, not necessarily buying the bunt right now. Camphausen playing in front of the runner at first base, now charging in as the square to bunt. And bunts through it. And the count goes to 0-2 on Pansteris, and so now you have to imagine he's swinging away here with a 2-strike count. It is a little bit less of a given than typically it is when, the Division III level than it would be, let's say, at the Major League level. You never see anybody bunt with 2 strikes in the majors, especially now that the DH is in the National League. You do see it occasionally at Division III. Not happening here, though, is a swing and a miss. On a low pitch for strike 3, Pansteris down swinging. And that's the first out of the inning, first strikeout of the game for Stankowski. And now in a position where a ground ball could potentially end the frame. He's got the 9-hitter up, and the lefty Bryn Langley. Langley, 3 for 14 to start the year, hitting a .214 on the campaign, 1 double among his 3 hits. He's driven in 3 runs. Lefty with an open stance takes the first pitch, fastball in the outside corner for a strike, 0-1, and Maybe Stankowski now starting to get into a bit of a rhythm on the mound. Now the 0-1. Foul back, 0-2. Scoreless ball game, top of the second inning. Both teams have had some traffic on the base paths. 2 runners left on base in the first inning for Wooster. 3 left on base for the Spartans in the bottom half of the first. As the fastball just outside, 1-2. Now the 1-2. Powers set up on that outside corner. The 1-2 breaking ball swung on, line down the third base line, but foul. Good job by Langley going with that pitch. I think he had a good idea of what was coming there. And for Stankowski, smart move. You threw the fastball that just missed outside, and then you try to pair that up with the breaking ball off that outside corner to get the hitter off balance. But Langley had an idea of what was coming or did a good job protecting that outside corner. Here's the 1-2. Fastball swung on and missed at strike 3. And that's the second out of the inning. So back-to-back strikeouts. And a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here potentially for Stankowski, but there might be a train coming down that other end of the tunnel with Eli Westrick coming up to the plate. Westrick, a very, very talented hitter. 0 for 1 on the day with a fly out to center, but a chance for him to give his team the lead with 2 on and 2 away. These were the situations yesterday that the Spartans just could not get out of innings on. That pitch misses outside for a ball. The Spartans would have 2 outs in an inning. Wooster would have a couple guys on. Looked like there'd be a chance to escape some damage, and Wooster yesterday just seemed to cash in every one of these situations yesterday. See if Stankowski can fare a little bit better here. It's a 1-0 count on Westrick. Fastball, inside corner, called strike, 1-1. 2 outs, 2 on. Nice crowd here on hand today. Stankowski held on to that one a little bit too long. The ball sailed down and out. Good job by Powers to keep it in front of him, and the count goes to 2-1. Tough situation here. You don't want to load the bases up, but you have to be careful with Westrick at the plate. Not much of a reprieve coming up with Kramer on deck as that ball grounded softly back to the pitcher under the glove of Stankowski. Throw on to first as Arterburn was there. Covers it, and that will end the inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left on base in the second for Wooster, and we'll move along into the bottom of the second inning. Bottom of the order for the Spartans as they hope to break through. It'll be Alonso, Stilson, and Arterburn due up when we return. Scoreless game as we move into the bottom of the second inning. Second chance at the plate for the Spartans, who loaded up the bases in the first inning with a pair of walks and a hit batter, but starting pitcher Jack Spring was able to get out of any further damage. He struck out 3 in the inning, including 2 with 1 out and the bases loaded, and will look to keep that going here as he faces the bottom of the Case Western Reserve order. It'll be Franco Alonso, Tyler Stilson, and Nate Arterburn due up. Alonso 2 for 6, making his third start today as he takes that up high for a ball, 1-0. Alonso could play all over the infield, getting the start at third base today with Powers catching and Anderson in center field. That's down low for a ball, 2-0. No Zach Carinci in the lineup again today. He's been struggling a little bit at the plate. I imagine, though, we'll see him back in the lineup at some point soon, as that's a called strike, 2-1. Zach was still dealing with the same, recovery from an injury last year, as a swing and a miss by Alonso brings the count to 2-2. But you have to imagine if he's healthy, he's the Spartans' everyday third baseman. He's just not at a point where he's capable of making that throw from third every day yet. 2-2 pitch on the way. And that ball lined into shallow right, and that's the first hit of the game. So the graduate transfer from Cornell University gets the base hit to start things off for the Spartans, and the leadoff man on for the first time today for the Case Western Reserve squad. And that'll bring up Tyler Stilson. Alonso yet to attempt to steal this season, so we'll see what he's doing here on the base paths. Meanwhile, Stilson, the promising first-year player, starting at short today. Waits the first pitch. And it's a called strike, 0-1. It's a little crazy sometimes how you can expect your lineup to be fairly steady, and all of a sudden you get some new faces in here, some different players playing there. Point that out. As that one swung on ground softly to short, should be 2. Flip to second for 1, throw on to first in time to get Stilson for the out. And that'll be a 6-4-3 double play turned by Wooster for the first 2 outs of the inning. I'll bring up Nate Arterburn now with the bases empty and 2 away. Arterburn hitting at .400, 2 for 5 to start the year. But mention that because the infield for the Spartans, which, you had 2 very good players at the top of the order last year, who you expected to be regular starters in there, and Carinci at third and Josiah Harris at second base, as Arterburn falls behind 1-0. Or, pardon me, takes the pit ball. It's 1-0. You expected those guys to be mainstays, and already it's a completely different infield in there. That one's sent into right field, and it's a base hit for Nate Arterburn. Do want to give a shout out before this at bat begins. My son Cody at home watching, so I've been told to give him a shout out right now. His sister Danielle, I believe, currently taking her nap, hopefully. As that's in there for a cold strike. 0-1 the count on Logan Andreyko, who's hitting a .423 after striking out swinging in his first at bat of the game. Spartans back to the top of the order with Andreyko coming up. Andreyko. He's had a really nice start to the year, picking up where he left off last year when he finished the season strong. Called strike brings the count to 0-2. Andreyko didn't start the year as the team's everyday left fielder last year, but ended it as the team's everyday left fielder. Hit .316 last season. And after the hot start this year, he's been bumped into the top spot in the order. Here's the 0-2. And he can't hold up. Strike 3. They'll have to complete the throw down to first and due to get the strikeout. And that ends the inning. So the Spartans, 2 hits in the inning, but a double play help Spring get out of it unscathed, and we'll move to the third. Scoreless game. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Wooster. Kramer, Leslie, and Pett due up when we come back. Scoreless ball game. We are moving into the third. Wooster coming up to bat. It'll be their 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Ryan Kramer. And he swings and misses it. A really good changeup from Stankowski, who settled in nicely at the end of the second inning. We'll see if he can keep it going here. Kramer was robbed of a base hit his first time up. He sent a soft fly ball into left field that Logan Andraco made a diving catch on. Count evens now 1-1. And the count goes to 1-2. Next pitch will be the 50th of the game for Stankowski. And it's hit down the third baseline. Diving stop made by Alonso. Gets up, and the one hopper over to first, not in time. And that'll be the first base hit of the game for Wooster. A single for Kramer. Boy, Alonso did a great job just to keep that ball in front of him and knock it down. If that one gets into the outfield, there's a really good chance there's a runner on at second base. Instead, he keeps it to a single, even though he couldn't get the throw over at first base, and that hits the batter. Well, looked like things were settling in a bit for Stankowski, but you can see how quickly the tide can change a bit there. As Leslie reaches on the hit by pitch, Kramer on at first, and once again, runners on base for Wooster. They've left 4 stranded already today, as have the Spartans. Second straight inning that Worcester has had their first 2 runners reach. And again, Stankowski looking the runner back, but more design there to see if Pett had any intentions of bunting here. Pett, a .313 hitter on the year, the cleanup hitter for Wooster. And takes that outside for a ball, 1-0. Change up outside, 2-0. Didn't miss by much there. Called strike at the knees, 2-1, so Stankowski gets back in the count. Looks like Tyler Horvath now getting up and warming up in the bullpen. Here's the 2-1. Fastball popped up, 2-2. I know the Spartans were hoping to get 5 or 6 innings out of Stankowski today, but again, they're well equipped to deal with a short outing if need be today. They've got some arms available who can go a couple of innings. And keep in mind the Spartans aren't playing again for another 6 days, so they'll get everyone plenty of rest before they head down to South Carolina so they can burn the boats a little bit here if they need to today. 2-2. Line drive, and it's foul. Pett turned on that one, but was well in front of the off-speed pitch. And so the count stays at 2-2. Two and two count, nobody out, 2 on base. And the fastball just down and in. And that brings the count full, 3-2. I can't imagine they'll run Kramer here from second with nobody out, as the fastball swung on and missed that. And that'll be strike 3. So a big strikeout there for Stankowski, his 3rd of the game. And that's the first out of the inning. And again, with that strikeout now, setting up a potential inning-ending double play if the Spartans can turn it in the infield. It'll be the 5-hitter and designated hitter, Zach Barrienbrock, coming to the plate. And again, it's a hometown matchup here between the two New Albany products. As a swing and a miss, 0-1. Again, not high school teammates, but Barrienbrock and Stankowski, both from New Albany, Ohio. And you got to imagine there's only so many collegiate baseball players from New Albany, so you have to think that these two have met before at some point. Swing and a miss there, and it's an 0-2 count. Stankowski got the better of the first matchup today between the two of them. Got Barrienbrock to ground into a inning-ending fielder's choice. Waste pitch there, and the 0-2 misses well outside. And it's a 1-2 count. Top of the 3rd inning, scoreless. Wooster threatening once again with 2 on, 1 away. Here's the 1-2. And in the dirt, blocked by Powers. And it's 2-2. Kramer led the inning off with a hard ground ball to third base for an infield hit. He's at second now as that one fouled away. 2-2 still. Leslie was hit by a pitch. Stankowski struck out Pett, so 1 away, 2 on. Two. Line drive, center field. Coming in is Anderson, and he snow cones it for the out. Nice job by Jack Anderson, who, again, is a capable fielder, so please don't take this as an insult to his fielding ability. More impressive, in fact, that he is not a usual center fielder. He's a catcher. But he can play wherever you put him. And again, I wouldn't be shocked if we get a game this year where Jack plays all 9 positions across the field. And you see how capable he is out there in center field. That's a really nice play on a dying line drive for a big second out. So now 2 gone, 2 on. McGowan, the batter, he hits that in the air, popped up first base side. Foul territory. Camphausen puts it away for the out. And that ends the inning. So another threat there, but the Spartans work around it. Nice job by Stankowski. He retires 3 straight after the first 2 batters reached, and we'll move along into the bottom of the third. The game remains scoreless despite Wooster getting its first hit of the game in the top of the third. Bottom of the third coming up, and a chance for the Spartans to do some damage with the 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up. Anderson, Powers, and Harms when we come back. Welcome back once again. Case Western Reserve University and Wooster scoreless. Well, this is a bit more similar to the start of the first game yesterday when the two teams were scoreless until the 5th inning when James Powers hit a solo home run. The second game, much different than that. Wooster jumped out to an 8-0 lead after the first. Pitch taken down low by Jack Anderson, who drew a walk, was left stranded at third base in the first inning. 10 men left on base so far between the two teams. 6 for Wooster, 4 for the Spartans. As that ball line drives center field, base hit for Jack Anderson. We'll mention that Anderson's been hitting the ball hard lately, but just hasn't found the holes in the field. That one not hit particularly hard, but drops it in front of the center fielder, and so works both ways, I guess, here for Anderson, who gets the benefit of a blooper into center, and he'll be on at first base now with nobody out, and that will bring up the aforementioned James Powers, who hit his first home run as a Spartan in yesterday's game. Left-handed hitter, batting third in the order today and hitting .310 overall. He leads the team with 8 runs batted in, hits that one towards short. Westra can't handle it, but he does pick it up, throws to second in time to get the out, and that'll be the force out on the play. So no error on the play with the out at second base. 6-4, Anderson out on that one. So 1 gone. So Powers now the runner at first, and that will bring up Nick Harms with 1 away. And Harms hits that in the air, deep towards left center field, going back, looking up, and it is gone. Home run, Nick Harms. It is the Case Western Reserve career record-tying 22nd home run of his career. And Harms, we knew it was only a matter of time. He hits the record-tying home run, and it gives the Spartans a 2-0 lead. Congratulations to Nick Harms, who is now tied for the program's record with Gordon Daly and Steve Rosick. I am sure we will see a Spartan player run out there to get that home run ball, see if they can retrieve it. And again, he's probably got plenty more in the bat, too, over the course of his career. First pitch now to Dane Camphausen after the 2-run blast, taken down low, 1-0. Camphausen struck out looking in his first at bat. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And that's a called strike. Second home run of the season for Harms. He's now driven in 9 on the year. He's got 8 hits this season, and now 6 of them have been for extra bases. And he tops the curveball there. It's 1-2 on Camphausen. You can understand why this would be a tough matchup for Camphausen because of his size and because of what Spring is trying to do on the mound. 1-2 on the way. And that's up high for a ball. And again, if you're Camphausen here, you've got to be looking to protect that lower outside corner. You I think pretty much know that's what Spring is going to try to do here. Whether it's the changeup off of that corner or the pitch in. Is that one hung over the middle, and with the infield pulled or shifted for Camphausen to pull, he sends it through the wide open other side, and that is just a perfect job there by Camphausen. Exactly what you want to do in that situation. Just really, really smart hitting by Camphausen. You know you're behind in the count. You know, and again, former teammate in Spring, but you know what he's trying to do there. He's trying to get you out on that outside corner. If you're Camphausen there, no point in trying to pull that ball. You want to just send it through that hole, and he had enough, room on that side of the field. It was wide open. Camphausen running on the pitch. The ball hit hard by Walker down to first base in fair territory. The first baseman, Kramer, just steps on the bag. No other play there with Camphausen moving. And that will move Camphausen on to second base with 2 outs. And so with 2 away now, the batter is Franco Alonso. Alonso singled in his last at bat, and he's now hitting at .429 on the season. A base hit here could extend the lead for the Spartans. As that one taken up high, 1-0. Camphausen, I said this earlier, but not bad speed for a man of his size. He scored a couple of times already this year on doubles when he was standing on at first base. He has a triple already this year. It was the second of his career. He had one for Wooster as well as the count goes to 2-0. 2-0 Spartans leading on Nick Harms' home run. Duo. And that ball lifted in the air towards the gap, right center field, and that one is over the head of the center fielder. Camphausen can trot home from second base. Alonso digging for third. Here comes the throw. It's in the dirt, and it's an RBI triple for Franco Alonso, and the Spartans now lead 3-0. Well, good job there by Alonso, who was thinking triple all the way there, never stopped rounding the bag. And now he's at third with 2 away for Tyler Stilson, who grounded into double play in his first at bat. And Stilson hits that one in the air. The 1-0 pitch deep towards left field at the wall, and it is gone. Second home run of the season for Tyler Stilson, and it's now a 5-0 Case Western Reserve lead. A towering fly ball. And Stilson emphatically plants his foot on home plate. And the Spartans have broken out for 5 runs here in the bottom of the third. And it's a 5-0 Case Western Reserve lead. Well, it's, I think, fairly evident what's happened here with Spring and what's made him less effective this inning than his previous innings, and that's that he's not hitting that outside corner. That pitch misses up high to Nate Arterburn, who's 1 for 1 with a base hit today. Early on in this game, the first 2 innings, when he needed to get an out, he located his pitches on that lower outside corner. He has left the ball not only over the middle of the plate, but up high as well, and the Spartans have elevated the pitch in turn. It's led to 2 home runs and a triple this inning, 5 runs across, and now he hits Arterburn. And the Spartans will send their 9th batter to the plate of the inning. It'll be Logan Andreyko, the left-handed hitter, batting at .407 on the year. He struck out twice today, but again, we're seeing a very different Jack Spring this inning than we saw earlier in the game. And we're going to get some action as well in the Wooster bullpen. And I believe that is a lefty up in the pen, trying to see what number it is. The visitors' bullpen, for those of you who may be new to games here at Case Western Reserve, is out in center field. A little tough to see sometimes. And, in fact, we will get a pitching change here. And it will be a lefty coming in. We'll go ahead and get you that pitching change and the number of the new hitter or pitcher coming in. When we come back, it's 5-0 Case Western Reserve. New pitcher on the mound for Worcester will be the left-hander, number 5, Sammy DeMaio. DeMaio, the sophomore from Ponte Vedra, Florida, 6'1", 185 pounds. He'll be making his second appearance of the year. The first one was a start. He went 2 innings, gave up 4 runs on 4 hits. Walked 3, struck out 1. And we'll face the top of the order here for the Spartans, and they'll go for the lefty-lefty matchup here with DeMaio facing Andreyko. Andrejko, the ninth hitter at the plate this inning for the Spartans, is the first pitch. Breaking ball misses up high to Andrejko, and it's 1-0. Logan Andrejko has had himself a nice year, still hitting at 400 on the season, 407 even with the 2 strikeouts today. Pickoff attempt at first. I wonder if DeMaio, has a quick pickoff there too, a bit more of a deceptive one that he just set up. Let's see. Nope, to the plate here. And it misses outside for a ball, 2-0. Sometimes you'll see lefties with the 2 pickoff moves, kind of the decoy pickoff and then the harder pickoff to first. And so if you're Arterburn over at first base, you have to be careful here. And he's not taking much of a lead right now. Line drive, center field by Andrejko, and that's a base hit. Arterburn's going to try for third. Here comes a good throw in. The ball bounces away. The throw is there, but Westrick, the shortstop covering the bag, couldn't hold on to it. It'll be a single for Andrejko, who moves up to second on the throw. Arterburn now at third base, so second and third, 2 away, and Jack Anderson, who singled and walked so far in the game today. The single came earlier this inning. He led the inning off with a base hit. Let's see if Jack Anderson can keep the line moving here. 5-0 the score. All 5 runs scored this inning for the Spartans. Anderson, the 10th batter of the inning, and he swings and hits it off his own foot, and the count goes to 0-1. Man, you're Jack Anderson. You figure you got a day off catching. Today's supposed to be the easy day, and then you step up to the plate and you foul one off your foot. Today's supposed to be a bruise-free day for Jack. Instead, he'll shake off his foot a little bit there. Seems no worse for the wear as he awaits the 0-1 from DeMaio. 2 away, 2 on. The pitch. A little down low, and it's 1-1. DeMaio entering the game at an opportune time, and probably by design. The first 4 hitters he'll face, 3 of them are lefties. Swing and a miss there, though, by Anderson, and it's 1-2. The problem is that the 2 right-handed hitters among the first 5 he'll face are Jack Anderson and Dane Camphausen, who could do some damage against a left-handed pitcher, although granted, those 2 could do damage against a pitcher no matter what side they're throwing from. Outside for a ball, 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And a called strike, 3 at the letters. Anderson didn't like that call, but he'll head back to the dugout. That ends the inning, but the damage done. The Spartans with 5 runs on 6 hits, including 2-run homers for Tyler Stilson and Nick Harms. Harms tied the school career record. And the Spartans will take a 5-0 lead into the 4th. Bottom of the order due up for Wooster. It'll be Mitchell, Pansteris, and Langley due up when we return. 5-0 the score. Case Western Reserve with the lead. Bottom of the order for Wooster after the Spartans took the lead with 5 runs in the top of the inning. Stankowski trying to make it hold here as he takes a called strike 1, 0-1 the count. Now the 0-1 on the way. Fastball. That one just misses for a ball, 1-1. It's been a pretty good job by Stankowski to work around some damage here today. Again, he's left 6 men stranded on the base path so far. 2 in each of the first 3 innings for Wooster. It's a called strike, 1-2. And again, in contrast to yesterday, where the Spartans could not get out of those kinds of innings, it's been a real pleasant change of pace here today. Up high for a ball. That's one thing that if you ever see a scouting report, that's something that scouts grade pitchers on, is how effective they are at getting out of innings. That ball hit in the air, right field, charging in his Harms. Might have misread it at first, but comes in, slides, and makes the catch. So Mitchell flies out to start the inning. That's one of those where it wasn't a particularly hard hit ball, but if Harms had read it well to start, he would have been probably there no problem. But initial step for Harms was back, then had a charge in. But, you know, this is a Case Western Reserve outfield right now that has 3 center fielders playing out there. In fact, the person, as that's a called strike to Pansteris, 0-1. The person who has the least experience playing center field among the 3 outfielders right now is Jack Anderson, the current center fielder for the Spartans. That ball hit in the air towards left center, and it's down for a base hit. And Draco picks it up and whips it in, holding Pansteris to single. Second hit of the game for Wooster. And Pansteris is on at first base with 1 away for the 9-hitter Langley. Langley struck out swinging in his first at bat in the second inning. He's now hitting at 200 on the year. And Nick Harms was the team's starting center fielder throughout most of his freshman season. So Langley takes that down low, 1-0. Andraco has played some center field this year. And probably profiles as a center fielder. But the Spartans' corner outfield defense is fantastic with those 2 out there. That one fouled away, 1-1. Now the 1-1. Another one fouled away, 1-2. One and two the count on Langley. Pansteris, the runner at first. Big lead for Pansteris out there. And it's fouled off, out of play. Count stays at 1-2 on Langley. One and two the count on Langley, the 9-hitter in the lineup. That one down the line in left, foul. Hit off the, guess I can't call them brand new batting cages out there down the left field line, but relatively new batting cages. Nice addition to Nobby's ballpark here. It's a 1-2 count. And inside, taken for a ball. Throw goes down to second, and not in time. Stilson applied the tag. But I think the umpire was trying to see if Pansteris, who steals his 4th bag on 5 attempts this season, the umpire was waiting to see if he slid off the bag, but Pansteris able to hold on. Good job by Stilson to keep the tag on him, as that one fouled away. So Langley now with a runner at second and 1 away. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tied him up with the inside fastball. Strikeout number 4 for Stankowski. And 2 gone, and that'll bring up Eli Westrick. Westrick 0 for 2 in the game, hitting a .308 on the year. A fly out to center field. And a soft hit ground ball back to the pitcher's mound that went off of Stankowski's glove to Arterburn, the second baseman, who completed the play for the out. He'll hit here with a runner at second base and 2 gone. Pansteris, good speed at second, takes his lead. Pitch from Stankowski is in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. Down low, 2-0. Wooster trying to answer back here after the Spartans scored 5 in the bottom of the 3rd. Breaking ball fouled off by Westrick, and the count goes to 2-1. It's one of those, if you're Stankowski, you're throwing a, I want to say get me over curve there, but you're trying to put that curve in there just to get a strike, and you're maybe anticipating Westrick just taking that pitch because it's not a fastball. He's probably looking fastball there, but he ended up putting a pretty good cut on that one. That time he fouls the fastball back, and the count evens at 2-2. And so Stankowski, a strike away from getting through another scoreless inning. Runner at second here in the top of the 4th with 2 away, the 2-2 pitch. And poked foul. Good job by Westrick to stay alive, 2-2 still. Two-two pitch. Line drive, center field, could be trouble. Anderson going over, reaching up, and he can't get there. That'll score the runner. Pansteris. Going into second base with a double is Westrick. And Wooster on the board. It's now 5-1. Well, as good as Jack has played out there today, I think that one probably a catchable ball. Anderson read that one and started charging in on it, but then went out immediately afterwards. Tried to catch up and just couldn't quite catch up to it as it went over his glove and landed on the warning track. A well-hit ball there by Westrick, but again, one that may be there, again, for Anderson as well as he's played. His inexperience in center field might have come back to bite him a little bit there as that one lined hard but foul out of play. And now we're in a situation for Stankowski, who might be facing his last batter here either way. He's now up to 87 pitches, and a tough one here in Kramer, who's 1 for 2 with a base hit, now hitting a .444 on the year. But this is one of those situations, and we've said it all day long, that if you're a pitcher, this is, where if you're the Spartans, you want to keep this at a one-run inning. You don't want this to get away from you here if you're Stankowski. Game would have a very different feel at 5-2 than it would at 5-1. The 0-2. And the breaking ball just missed. Good pitch by Stankowski, but can't get the strike call. And another one just misses. 2-2 on the 90th pitch of the game. Two away. Stankowski. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Gets the strikeout of Kramer to end the inning. Second strikeout of the inning. 5th of the game for Stankowski. I would assume that might very well end his day. And if so, a good 4-inning outing there for Stankowski, who gives up 1 run on 2 hits in the frame. And we will now move into the 4th. Heart of the order for the Spartans due up with a 5-1 lead. Powers, Harms, and Camphausen when we return. James Powers up to bat. Powers, a 300 hitter on the year, 0 for 1 today. A walk and reached on a fielder's choice, scored a run, and takes that one well outside from the lefty DeMaio, and it's 1-0. Spartans leading 5-1 over Wooster. Case Western Reserves scored their 5 runs last inning. Called strike. A pair of 2-run home runs, one by Nick Harms, who waits out on deck, one by Tyler Stilson. Second home run of the season for each of them. For Harms, it was his 22nd career home run, matching the school record. The 1-1. That's down low for a ball. A lot of good signs from this Case Western Reserve offense so far today. A lot of times what happens, in a day yesterday where I think especially in the first game the offense struggled. 2-1 on the way. Breaking ball popped up. Shallow left, but charging over and making the catch on the run is the left fielder Mitchell for the first out as Powers is retired. And they'll bring Nick Harms to the plate. A lot of times I think teams struggle when they head to Wooster because they have the tendency, because that ballpark is home run friendly, to overswing. And so I think you're starting to see the Spartans settle in a little bit more. Harms, speaking about home run swings, homered last inning, again, the 22nd of his career. He's now hitting a .286 on the year. 1 for 1 today. He's been hit by a pitch and has the 2-run homer. next home run will put him alone atop the career standings. A towering fly ball there, but the ballpark should hold that one. Right fielder over, underneath it, and making the catch will be Bryn Langley for the second out.
First baseman number 40, Dane Camphausen.
So I'll bring up Dane Camphausen. Takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Camphausen singled and scored a run in his last at bat. Hitting at .308 on the season. Good slider there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Almost a sweeper. Called strike, and it's 1-2. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. Second time today Camphausen has been struck out. Second strikeout of the game for DeMaio. And that will move us into the fourth. So 1-2-3 inning for the Spartans in the fourth. Fifth inning coming up. Heart of the order for Wooster, Leslie, Pett, and Barrienbrock when we come back. One and one the count. Stankowski back out for another inning here. Delivers a breaking ball for a strike to the catcher, Colin Leslie, and it's a 1-2 count. Stankowski now up to 94 pitches, so this will be a heavy lifting inning for him, and probably one of the heavy lifting game, I should say, for him. Probably one of the deeper pitch counts he's gone in his career. And last year was used out of the bullpen mostly, long relief opportunities. As we'll see if he went around, they'll say no. Checked down at first, but the first base umpire said he held. So 2-2 the count still. And if you're just joining us, a beautiful day here in Cleveland. Can't ask for better for an early March baseball game. 60 degrees and sunny. In the air, deep left field. Andreyko lines it up, though, and he'll make the catch. And Logan Andreyko puts it away for the first out. Numbers-wise, Stankowski has been the best pitcher the Spartans have had, at least starting-wise, this season. Stankowski looking for his second win in as many starts. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's the only Spartan starter to win a game this season. Called strike there to Pett, and the count goes to 0-1. Nick Pett 0 for 1 in the game, drew a walk and struck out swinging in his 2 plate appearances so far. And the changeup misses, 1-1. (5-1) Spartans leading. Fastball called strike, 1-2. 1 out here, bases empty, 5th inning. Stankowski hasn't had a clean inning yet, but hoping for one here. Head in the count, 1-2. The next pitch will be his 100th of the game. And he gets a ground ball to second. Arterburn there, scoops it cleanly, throws to first, and there's 2 gone. So Stankowski here can work through the heart of the order cleanly today and get his first 1-2-3 inning of the day. Standing in his way will again be his hometown opponent here, Zach Barrienbrock. Barrienbrock 0 for 2 in the game, hit into fielder's choice and flew out to center field, and Stankowski gets him swinging at the changeup, 0-1. Quinn Saunders has begun to throw again in the bullpen, and it looks like he'll be the next man up. And again, I have to imagine that next inning will be his. The 0-1. There's a nice slider for a called strike. It's 0-2. And Stankowski a strike away from his first 1-2-3 inning of the game. 0-2 the count, 2 away, bases empty. 5-1 Spartans lead here in the top of the 5th. Barrienbrock at the plate. Stankowski from the stretch delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tag applied by Powers, inning over. A beautiful inning for Stankowski, who has now retired 4 straight in what will likely be the end of his day, and we'll move along into the bottom of the 5th. The Spartans coming to bat with a 5-1 lead. Walker followed by Alonso and Stilson when we return. DeMaio begins his second full inning of work with a breaking pitch that misses outside to Carson Walker. And the count goes to 1-0 on Walker. Hitting at .364 in the season. Limited plate appearances for Walker, but he's starting to earn his spot in the lineup right now. 0 for 2 in the game today. And he lines that one up through the middle, and that's a base hit. Well, with the heavy shift on against Walker, the right-handed hitter, I'm always incredulous of these shifts in Division III. And part of the reason why is, and I think it's gotten better, but I just don't know that the data is out there to support the shift. And then I think especially when you get a guy, so you're looking at Carson Walker. He's got 9 collegiate at-bats entering this game. How do you, by any means, have enough data on Carson Walker to know that you need to shift him on a play like that? And you see there, he's willing to go the other way. I mean, again, you cost yourself as that ball fouled off. If you're Wooster, again, well-intentioned, but you cost yourself a chance at an out there. That's a routine ground ball if you're playing a normal defense. Like I said, it's I've always questioned the logic to an extent of overshifting in Division III because I just don't think you have those kinds of players for the most part. You want to tell me Nick Harms, okay, I could see that, but Nick Harms hit a ball 375 feet over the wall in right center, too. So, again, I just don't necessarily understand that logic always. And you see, again, it costs Wooster now. Nobody out, runner on. And they have the runner picked, tag applied, and he's out. And so, mentioned DeMaio, the lefty, had a pretty deceptive pickoff move there, and that time made it hold up. So Walker retired for the first out of the inning. And the base is now empty for Franco Alonso, who's 2 for 2 in the game. A single in the second, an RBI triple, and a run scored in the third. And he fouls that one back. Counts now at 0-2. Up high, 1-2. Five runs on 9 hits for the Spartans today. And make it 5 runs on 10 hits. Third hit of the game for Franco Alonso. And again, said it earlier, it's funny how, guys find their way into the lineup, and if you're hitting well, you're going to play. And Franco Alonso really starting to get into a groove at the plate. Now 3 for 3 today, and that'll bring up Tyler Stilson, who'll hit here with 1 out and a runner on at first. He had a 2-run home run, his second of the season in his first at bat, and takes a called strike there, 0-1. Alonso yet to attempt to steal this year. Over, under on the number of times I call him Pete Alonso this year. Throw down to first, not in time. Well, Stilson, who's been in and out of the lineup so far, but that one, another one through. That's a base hit. Alonso going first to third. So first and third with 1 away, and now a chance for Nate Arterburn to do some damage. 3 straight hits to start the inning for the Spartans. And if it wasn't for Walker being picked off, the Spartans would have had a run across already this inning. So I'll bring up Nate Arterburn, who's 1 for 1 in the game. Arterburn, a single in the second, hit by a pitch in the third. Arterburn now hitting at .500 on the year. Again, limited plate appearances. He's 3 for 6, all 3 of his hits singles. And takes one on the outside half of the plate. It's 0-1. Now the 0-1. Nope, pickoff attempt first, and Stilson being carefully out there. Stilson yet to attempt to steal this year. Arterburn trying to drive in the run. Bunts that one, perfectly executed. Throw will go to first, and it's in time to get him, but it's a squeeze bunt. Executed to perfection by Arterburn, and it makes it 6-1. So an RBI on the sacrifice bunt. Stilson moves up to second base. Two-away runner at the second for the top of the order, and that may be it here for DeMaio. And in fact, they will go to the bullpen. So pitching change here for Wooster. DeMaio coming out, new pitcher coming in. 6-1, Case Western Reserve leading when we come back. Well, welcome back. Once again, is Case Western Reserve University leading 6-1. The Spartans have a runner in scoring position at second base with 2 away, and they'll face a new pitcher. Is coming onto the mound for Wooster will be the right-hander Konstantin Vernadakis, the first year, 6'2", 180 pounds, out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, Pickerington Central High School. Vernadakis is making his second appearance out of the bullpen this season. No record, an ERA of 9. He's given up 2 runs in 2 innings, walked 2, struck out 3, and opponents hitting .400 against him so far. It's interesting that they'll bring in the righty here to face the lefty Andraco, although Andraco did single earlier in the game against the lefty DeMaio, so maybe 6 of one, half a dozen of another, as Andraco takes that one for a ball, 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch. Popped up, foul, and that'll get well out of play, 1-1. One and one count, 2 away. Spartans trying to add on to a 6-1 lead. And timeout called at the plate by the catcher, Leslie. One and one, 2 outs. Stilson the runner at second. 3 hits and a sac bunt in the inning for the Spartans. And that one grounded towards first. Fielded there by Kramer, who takes it to the bag. And that will end the inning, but the Spartans add on a run on an RBI squeeze bunt by Nate Arterburn. It's now 6-1 the score, and we'll move along into the 6th. Case Western Reserve with the lead. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the order for Wooster. McGowan, Mitchell, and Pansteris due up when we return. Well, I keep assuming that Stankowski is going to be out of this game, and he keeps on going as he'll begin his 6th inning of work with a breaking pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. It'll be McGowan, followed by Mitchell and Pansteris, as that one misses up and in, 1-1. 105 pitches now for Stankowski. You know, it's maybe a bit of a different evaluation on when a pitcher is done in a game than it's been previously. As, boy, Dane Camphausen. Tremendous play at third base. Look what he found. Just kind of stuck his glove down there, and it hopped right into it, and he takes it to the bag himself for the out. Again, you know, you see Dane Camphausen, you see 6'8", 260, and you assume he's not going to be mobile, that he's not going to be able to, you know, play a good first base. And there he goes down the line and makes a really nice play on a hard hit ground ball that a lot of first basemen would have let go past him for an extra base hit. But a big first out there. 5 straight sat down now by Stankowski, who skips one in the dirt to Mitchell, and it's a 1-0 count. Mitchell 0 for 1, a walk in the second, flew out to right field in the fourth. Took a nice play by Harms in right field to retire him his last time up. Fastball for a called strike. And the count evens 1-1. I was saying, though, teams use different methods of evaluating when a pitcher is done for the day, and, probably makes sense no longer rely on what's essentially an arbitrary number in 100 pitches to know when your pitcher is tired. Right now, if you look at most, again, this is all across the NCAA, but certainly the majors as well, they have numbers on what the pitcher is throwing, what their velocity is. Has there been a change in their velocity at all from where it was earlier in the game? And that may be a better gauge than strictly saying, okay, 100 pitches, your day is done. That one just misses a shade inside, and it's 2-2. But certainly watching Stankowski pitch, he's pitching better now than he was earlier in the game, more effectively now. And so, yeah, Coach Englander may say, hey, you're still good to go. Keep on going. You feel good, just keep on throwing it. Good breaking pitch there. Swung on and missed out for strike 3. Powers applies the tag. And that is the second out of the inning. So 6 straight retired now. And that will bring up John Pansteras, who takes a called first strike, 0-1. And a swing and a miss. So the count now at 0-2. And that's taken for a ball. 1-2 now the count. Here's the 1-2 offering. Fouled off by Pansteras. Count stays at 1-2. 115 pitches now for Stankowski. Trying to, well, I'm not going to say finish off the day anymore because he keeps on going no matter how many times I say it. So let's just say finish off the inning here. The 1-2 from Stankowski. On the outside corner, called strike 3. 7 straight retired by Stankowski. Pitches his second straight 1-2-3 inning, and we'll move to the bottom of the 6th. The Spartans leading 6-1, and we'll send Anderson, Powers, and Harms to the plate when we return. Jack Anderson to lead things off here for the Spartans. First pitch taken outside from Vernadakis. It's an 0-1 count. Pardon me, a 1-0 count. Vernadakis got the final out of the last inning. Facing Anderson with a 2-0 count now. Jack 1 for 2 in the game, a single in the third. He's also walked and struck out looking. Bit of a slow start to the season for Anderson, who's hitting at 250. But again, the numbers are certainly a little slow. But Jack's really barreling up the baseball right now. Just hasn't had the hits to show for it. And more often than not, that typically evens itself out as the season goes along. Base hit today for Anderson, who awaits the 3-0. He's going to have a green light here. Doesn't use it and takes it outside. A 4-pitch walk to Anderson puts the leadoff man on, and that'll bring up James Powers. Powers 0 for 2 in the game with a walk, scored a run as well in the contest. He's hitting a 290 on the year. First pitch on the way. And Powers holds up. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0. And ties him up. Powers holds. It's 2-0. Well, Vernadakis has been all over the place early on in this outing. 9 pitches, just 2 of them strikes so far. He issued a 4-pitch walk to Jack Anderson to start the inning. Now behind on Powers, 2-0, so that's 6 straight balls to start the inning. Again, out on deck is the ever-dangerous Nick Harms. Here's the 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0. Three-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. So the green light on 3-0. Powers takes a big cut but comes up empty. Again, you know, especially the top hitters in this lineup like Powers, like Anderson, Harms, those guys are going to have the green light 3-0, but that might have been one of your Powers. You might have wanted to take that one with the pitcher really struggling to find the strike zone. Well, it doesn't matter as he draws the walk there, and that's ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the inning for Vernadakis. And he is in some significant trouble here with Nick Harms coming to the plate, sitting on 22 career home runs. He hit his 22nd career home run to match the program record back in the 3rd inning, a 2-run blast. He's also been hit by a pitch today and flown out to right field. Harms' home run came against starting pitcher Jack Spring. And it was an opposite field home run over the wall in right center field, probably about 380 or so. Wooster charged with their 3rd mound visit of the day. Let's see what Harms does here. Chance to add to the Spartans' lead. 2 on, nobody out. Anderson, the runner, at second. Powers at first. Good speed on the base paths for the Spartans with Harms at the plate. First pitch. And he takes a breaking ball outside, 1-0. And, yeah, not the situation you want to be in if you're Vernadakis. You're struggling to find the strike zone, but this is not the batter to just lob one over to just to get a strike. Harms can make you pay for that. As we've seen time and time again, 22 times to be exact. The 1-0. Big cut there over a breaking pitch, and it's 1-1. The weakness in Harms' game this season in particular, but really throughout his career, he does strike out a lot. But again, if you're hitting 350 with 11 home runs, the strikeouts don't bother you so much. That one's down low, 2-1. This is the guy you want taking those big cuts. And again, that was the big change in Harms' game last year. Not to sneeze at a 290 season with 9 home runs, but last season the big change for Harms was that his average jumped about 60 points. He wasn't just a power hitter. He was a guy who could hit for average too. 2-1 on the way. Breaking ball stays up high. 3-1 now. Or pardon me, swings and misses, and it's 2-2. Two and two count. Big out here. Vernadakis can get it. Here's the 2-2. And Harms just fouls that off. Well, Harms hasn't quite locked in on the soft stuff from Vernadakis yet. We've seen him take some big swings and be a bit off target. So if you're Vernadakis here, just keep throwing those breaking pitches and try to place them well and hope for the best. But you could kind of see Harms has not gotten a good read on Vernadakis so far. There's the fastball, and it's on the inside corner. Swung on and foul tip back into the catcher's glove by Harms for the strikeout. And that will be the first strikeout of the game for Vernadakis. I'll bring Dane Camphausen to the plate. Camphausen 1 for 3 in the game with a pair of strikeouts, a single, and a run scored. And a breaking ball. Swing and a miss, 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Vernadakis from the stretch. 2 on, 1 out. The pitch. Down low for a ball. 1-1. Camphausen hitting in the 5 spot in the order today. Coach Englander has experimented with some different lineups this season, especially the last few games. That one, a towering fly ball deep towards right center field, but playable out there. Right fielder coming over and making the catch. For the out is Langley. 2 gone now in the inning. And a chance now for Vernadakis to work through some early inning trouble. Walker hitting a .417 on the season. 1 for 3 in the game today. His one hit was a single in his last at bat, last inning. But was later erased from the base paths after being picked off at first base. Walker chops that one towards third. There to make the play at third base is Pett, who will step on the bag himself to get the out. And that ends the inning. So the Spartans get the first 2 runners on back-to-back walks, but a nice job by Vernadakis to recover, and we'll move along to the top of the 7th. 6-1 the score, the Spartans leading. It'll be Langley, Westrick, and Kramer due up when we return. Well, welcome back. New pitcher on the mound for Case Western Reserve will be Quinn Saunders, who will be making his second appearance. Quinn, numbers don't exactly tell the story of how good his first outing was, but Quinn pretty good in his first start. 4 1/3 innings pitched last Sunday. That was in the opening game of the Spartans 2 and the win over Ithaca. Left the game with a deficit, has a 6.23 ERA on the year, but went 4 1/3 innings that for the most part were solid. He gave up 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 walk, struck out 7. So like I said, maybe the run's not exactly indicative of how good that performance was for Saunders. Here he'll get a appearance out of the bullpen, the lefty. Will make his first relief appearance for the Spartans of his career. I imagine we'll see him starting next week in Columbia when the Spartans head down and have to play those 7 games in as many days. Saunders out of Palos Park, Illinois. Amos Alonzo Stagg High School. 6'3", 220-pound lefty. And Saunders, a guy who has some nice guys on this Case Western Reserve coaching staff to really help him along here, including Evan Faxon, another person who came to Case Western Reserve as a graduate transfer after beginning his career at Wooster. But Faxon, now a member of the coaching staff for the Spartans. And, you know, I imagine if you're a left-handed pitcher, that's a good guy to bounce some ideas off of. We'll also get a pinch hitter coming up here. This looks like number 19, that's Jay Hansey.
Number 19, Jay Hansey.
So Hansey, the pinch hitter for Wooster. If I'm not mistaken, for Hansey, I think this is his season debut. He's a first year out of Creston, Ohio. Takes a called strike, and it's 0-1. And this is his collegiate debut. So the right-handed hitter comes into the game for Langley, the right fielder. Oh, misses down and in. It's 1-1. Hansey awaits the 1-1. Couple of first years facing off here. Swing and a miss at a good fastball. It's 1-2. So they bring in Hansey in place of the lefty Langley. So I imagine trying to get the advantage of the right-handed hitter at the plate. Here's the 1-2. A little low, 2-2. We're in the 7th inning, 6-1 the score. Get you the final line here on Archer Stankowski in just a second. Really nice outing for Stankowski. Little down and out. Full count, 3-2. Be 9-1-2 in the order for Wooster this inning. Hansey at the plate now, then Westrick and Kramer to follow. Here's the 3-2. And that one fouled off his foot, and the count stays at 3-2. Well, if you're the Spartans and you hold on to win this one, you got to feel pretty good about where you are after 2 weeks of the season. I know yesterday certainly a disappointing day for the team. And again, the Spartans have some things they need to work out with their pitching staff. They certainly need to pitch better, but you're going to enter your spring break trip 5-2. Right down the middle, called strike 3. Not sure what Hansey was waiting for there, but he takes a pitch right down Main Street for the first out of the inning. So Saunders gets the strikeout and back to the top of the order with Eli Westrick, who is 1 for 3 in the game, including a RBI double that has driven in the only run of the game so far for Wooster. He's hitting now at .333 on the year. Final line on Stankowski for the day. He's in line for the win after throwing 6 strong innings, 116 pitches. As that one misses down and in, ball 1 to Westrick. He allowed just 3 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, and 8 strikeouts for Stankowski. Really nice outing for him. Now we'll turn it over to his well-rested bullpen. That misses inside. 2-0. I believe the game plan for today is going to be Saunders to Horvath. I don't know how quickly the Spartans will go to Horvath, if they'll want to try to get him 2 innings today or let him pitch the 9th. Up high, 3-0 now. But the Spartans also have some other pitching options out there, and Jack Anderson, who already has a save, he's out in center field right now. They've got Nick Harms, who has not pitched yet this season, but is one of the guys that the Spartans are expecting to throw a little bit this year. And that's up high, ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Westrick, who's now on with 1 away. Westrick doing a good job, one of the senior leaders on this Wooster team, and you could see he's telling Kramer a little bit about the offerings from Saunders. When he was walking down to first, he kind of turned, and Kramer, the sophomore, just told him a couple things, what he saw in that plate appearance. First pitch on the way. Swung on line, drive through for a base hit. Not sure Stilson ever had a shot at that one, but kind of has feet stuck in quicksand a little bit on that one. Couldn't quite get over to knock it down. That's one of those, if you are able to even just knock it down on a dive, you're so close to second base that you've got a decent shot to at least get 1 out there. Instead, it gets through, and that'll be 2 on with 1 away. And the 3-hitter, Colin Leslie, due up. Leslie hitting at .238 on the season. He's 0 for 1 in the game today. He's been on base twice, walked in the first, was hit by a pitch in the third. He's also flown out to left. Saunders delivers. Fastball inside. Leslie gets out of the way as the count goes to 1-0. So Saunders having some trouble finding the strike zone here, and that will prompt assistant coach Steve Grunberg to come out and have a talk with his first-year lefty. And the meeting on the mound breaks up. And if you're Saunders here, you want to make sure that you're operating in the strike zone. And there's no such thing as a 5-run home run. So while you have that 5-run lead, the last thing you want to start doing is issuing free passes. And he just has not been the most accurate so far. 13 pitches, just 5 strikes so far to begin this outing. He does have 1 out coming by way of a strikeout, as that one's foul back, 1-2. Pair of 4-2 teams facing off against each other today. The Spartans trying to salvage a game in the 3-game series with Wooster. A little rare that these two teams will wrap up their season series so early in the year. And that one foul tip back, 1-2. So Saunders settling down a bit. Usually you see them play maybe a game towards the end of March, a game towards the end of April. But here getting their 3-game series out of the way in the first weekend in March. And he hits the batter. Well, that is the last thing you wanted to do there if you're Saunders. Hit batter on a 1-2 count to load up the bases. And now Nick Pett, the cleanup hitter and third baseman, will hit here with a chance to put a dent into the Spartan lead. It's a lead that's felt pretty safe for most of this game, but again, a base hit here can really change things. And we said this earlier that this is what Wooster has done really well in the doubleheader yesterday, was that they cashed in on these opportunities. Today's been a little bit of a different story, though. They've left 7 men on base. All 7 of those left on base came over the first 4 innings of the game. And a nice pitch there, the lefty Pett for a called strike, 0-1. Now Saunders ready again. And that one misses outside, 1-1. Two and one. I believe it's Tyler Horvath warming up in the bullpen. Up high, 3-1. And Saunders clearly just does not have his best stuff out there today. And the question now becomes, how long of a leash is he given? And he walks in the run. A little bit of a look of exasperation on the face of Saunders there, as he issues the walk with the bases loaded, and that will be it for him today. So the bases loaded walk brings across a run. 4 straight runners reach for Wooster, and Saunders' day will be done. The Spartans will go to the bullpen. A well-rested Tyler Horvath coming in when we return. It's 6-2 the score. Spartans leading by 4. Tying run coming to the plate for Wooster when we come back. Well, Tyler Horvath, the new pitcher for the Spartans, making his second appearance of the year. Tyler pitched in that 13-inning Spartan win to open the season against Wooster. No decision in that one, but he was really, really good in that game. 3 2/3 innings, 1 hit allowed, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. Tyler, who is a All-American, is a sophomore and a preseason All-America first-team selection as a junior, had a little bit of a, I'm going to say use the word disappointing, which is probably not fair, but maybe didn't meet some of the expectations last year as a preseason All-American. But off to a good start, though, to this season, and we'll see if he can keep it going here. Right into the fire with the bases loaded, as that one misses outside, 1-0. So 1-0 now the count on Barry and Brock. Breaking ball in there for a strike, 1-1. Horvath peering down at the catcher Powers. Bases filled with fighting Scots as the 1-1 on the way. Fastball. Good frame job there by Powers, but couldn't get the call, and it's 2-1. Well, again, and this is the situation where if you're the Spartans, it's been the walks this inning that have hurt them. When this staff has struggled, it's been because they have not thrown strikes. Now the 2-1. And that misses inside. And I'll tell you, Horvath may need to be a bit more careful. I thought he might have rolled through that set a little bit, and that could be a balk there. Didn't get called for it. He's in some trouble here, though. 3-1, no place to put Barry and Brock. And the fastball on the outside corner for strike 2. Full count, 3-2. Here's the 3-2. Barry and Brock at the plate, awaits the 3-2 from Horvath. And off the outside corner, ball 4, and a second runner walks across the plate for Wooster, and it's now 6-3. That is the third walk along with a hit batter this inning issued by Spartan pitching. And so now, with the bases loaded, Andrew McGowan, the batter, and he takes ball 1. So all of a sudden now the tying runs are on base, the potential go-ahead run at the plate. Again, Horvath well rested. As that one grounded towards short. Fielded there by Stilson for 1, on to first, scooped by Camphausen to get the double play. And that will get the Spartans out of the inning with the lead intact. A 6-4-3 double play turned as McGowan hits into the inning ender, and the Spartans will take a 3-run lead into the bottom of the 7th. 2 runs on a hit in the inning for Wooster. Bottom of the 7th coming up. Case Western Reserve leads by 3. 6-3 the score when we come back. Junior Leo Whitman will take over in right field. A 5'9", 165-pound outfielder out of Wheaton, Illinois. New right fielder for Wooster. And the Spartans will come up to bat here in the bottom of the 7th with a 3-run lead. First pitch taken by Franco Alonso for a called strike, 0-1. Alonso having himself a really nice day. In fact, having himself a really nice start to the season. He's batting a .556 now, 3 for 3 in this game with 2 singles and an RBI triple. He scored 2 runs. Vernadakis delivers that on the inside corner for strike 2, and it's 0-2. Alonso settles back in. The 0-2 on the way. Fouled off, and the count stays at 0-2. Well, Alonso getting the start at third base today. He can play short and second as well. And again, if he keeps hitting, the Spartans will find a place for him. And he's hit by the pitch. So Alonso on the inside pitch tried to get out of the way. He holds up on the swing and gets hit on the hand, and so he's on at first. And again, not what Vernadakis wanted to do, especially after his team got him back in the game. It's now a 3-run game, and he's got to try to keep Case Western Reserve off the board here in the bottom of the 7th. Tough out here, though, with Tyler Stilson coming to the plate. Stilson now hitting at .350 on the year. He squares to bunt, takes that outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Stilson homered in his second at-bat of the game today. His second home run of the season. He's now 2 for 3 in the game, also has a single. And a called strike, 1-1. See if Alonso is running here with a 1-1 count and nobody out. Spartans have not done much to test the catcher's arm. Colin Leslie is throw down to first. Alonso gets back in just ahead of the tag. Here's the 1-1. And in the air, center field. Fairly deep but playable. Over to get it in center is Pansteris, who puts it away for the out. And there is one gone as Stilson is retired for the first out of the inning. Batter now will be Nate Arterburn. Arterburn having himself a real nice day. 1 for 1, a single, a hit by pitch, and an RBI sacrifice bunt. Second RBI of his career. Alonso the runner at first. Arterburn at the plate. Alonso goes, the pitch in the dirt, and he'll slide in safely with a stolen base. Alonso didn't get a great jump, but that pitch was in the dirt, and the catcher, Leslie, couldn't quite pick it up quickly, and that will go as the first stolen base of the season for Alonso. And a good job framing that by the catcher. And one appeared to be outside, but Leslie yanked that back up into the strike zone and got the call from the home plate umpire, so it's 1-1 now. Arterburn chased the high fastball there. Foul tips it back into the catcher's glove, and it's 1-2. Went into the count, one away. Ground ball up the middle, base hit. Alonso should score on this one. He will. Big turn at first for Arterburn, but he stops there. Second RBI of the day for Nate Arterburn. And it makes it a 7-3 game, and that is a big insurance run for the Spartans. So now runner on at first, and Logan Andraco will be the batter. Andraco 1 for 4 in the game with a base hit. He's hitting a .414 on the year, and I believe we'll get a new pitcher coming in here. Not mistaken, this is the third time, assuming the pitching change is made, this will be the third time today that Andraco will be the first batter to face a new pitcher. And indeed, we'll get the pitching change. A new pitcher for Wooster. We'll be back with you in just a minute. 7-3, Case Western Reserve leading when we come back. Top of the order for the Spartans, Logan Andraco will be the batter, and he'll be the first batter to face the new pitcher for Wooster, number 20, Alex Gerdinick. Gerdinick, a junior out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. The righty delivers a first pitch strike to Andraco, and it's 0-1. Gerdinick making his third appearance of the season, all out of the bullpen, and he's been good for Wooster. No runs on 1 hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts so far this year for Gerdinick. He does have 1 save on the campaign as the count evens 1-1. Now the 1-1 on the way to Andraco. outside. 2-1 as Andreyko takes back-to-back balls to get ahead in the count. Two one. Good breaking pitch there. Catches for strike two. 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Down and in. Full count 3-2. Arterburn, the runner at first. We'll see if he's in motion here with one out and a full count. Nice size lead at first. Gotta imagine if you're Gerdenick, you're going to want to throw over here. Nope, goes to the plate. The runner goes. The ball swung on, chopped towards second. Steps on the bag for one. And over to first. Double play turn, 6-6-3, and that will end the inning. So even with Arterburn running, and Draco grounds into the double play, and that will end the frame. However, the Spartans add on a run on a hit, an RBI single for Arterburn, and we'll move along to the eighth. It'll be the bottom of the order, 7, 8, and 9. Mitchell, Pansteras, and Whitman due up for Wooster when we return. Tyler Horvath back out on the mound. First pitch to Mitchell fouled off, and the count goes to 0-1. Horvath got out of a world of trouble in the seventh with the potential game-tying runs on the base pass, and the go-ahead run at the plate induced a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. And we'll begin the inning here with a fresh slate as he delivers that up high, 1-1. Mitchell, Pansteras, and Whitman due up this inning. Mitchell hitting a .250 on the year. 0 for 2 in the game today with a walk and a strikeout. Taken down low, it's 2-1. And that's called a ball. Didn't look like it missed by much. Home plate umpire clearly was getting some questions from the Spartans dugout, and you could see him signal that it missed outside. So now the 3-1 to Mitchell. And that's hit deep into the outfield, and we'll get in there for extra bases. And that'll be a double for Mitchell. So I'll bring up Pansteris, who skips one in the dirt, and it's 1-0. And that's a called strike, 1-1. Pansteris hitting at .333. Swings and misses. So 1-2 the count, runner at second base. Here's the 1-2. And the fastball misses up high, 2-2. This is a save opportunity for Horvath if he could close out the game. Horvath came into the game as a swing and a miss there. Strike 3 for the first out of the inning. Pansteris down swinging. And that'll bring Leo Whitman up to the plate for his first at bat of the game. Misses inside, 1-0. Horvath entered the game with a 4-run lead, but with the bases loaded last inning. He issued a walk and then got the double play to get out of trouble. Here has a runner at second base and delivers a 1-0 strike to Whitman, 1-1. Whitman came into the game as a defensive replacement last inning after Jay Hansey pinch hit in the previous inning for starting right fielder Bryn Langley. Up high, 2-1. Seven to 3, Spartans leading. They've led by as many as 5 in this game twice. Spartans led 5-0 after a 5-run bottom of the third. After Wooster scored a run in the top of the fourth, the Spartans added another run back in the bottom of the fifth. So that one misses a little outside, 3-1. Wooster scored 2 in the top of the seventh, and then the Spartans added 1 in the bottom of the frame, and that brings us to where we're at, 7-3. Pair of 2-run home runs in that third inning for Case Western Reserve, as that is a called strike, 3-2. First one came off the bat of Nick Harms. That at the time made it a 2-0 game. And then later in the inning, a 2-run home run for Tyler Stilson. It made it 5-0 at the time. Ground ball back to the pitcher. Horvath has it, looks the runner back, throws on to first, and a real veteran job fielding that one by Horvath, who did everything right there, fielding it cleanly, looking the runner back, holding him at second base, and then knowing that he had plenty of time to make the play at first. So now back to the top of the order. With 2 outs and a runner at second, it'll be Eli Westrick who takes the first pitch, breaking ball down low, 1-0. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Up high, 2-1. Westrick is 1 for 3 in the game, including an RBI double and then a walk and a run scored his last trip to the plate in the 7th. Hitting at .333, and he pops this one up, shallow center. Anderson in, using his glove to shade his eyes, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. So runner left stranded at second after a leadoff double by Mitchell. And the Spartans maintain a 7-3 lead. 3 more outs for Wooster to work with, but first the Spartans coming to the plate. 2, 3, and 4. Anderson, Powers, and Harms trying to add to the lead as we get started with the 8th in just a minute. Well, Jack Anderson to lead things off here. It's been a pretty nice day at the plate for Jack. Anderson 1 for 2 in the game, a single, pair of walks. And takes that for a ball. It's 1-0. Gerdenick begins his first full inning of work. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. Now the 1-1. Breaking ball. Well, it'll be a called strike, 1-2. Good pitch there by Gerdenick and kind of caught the upper portion of the strike zone. Nice breaking ball. He's got a good curve. And that's inside and hits Anderson. So Jack Anderson on for the 4th time in 5 plate appearances today. And it's been a couple times we've seen today that we've seen players hit on 2 strike counts. And if you're a head coach, that's enough to gray your hair very quickly. So Anderson dancing off the bag at first. Barnes looking to add on to a 4-run lead as the breaking ball misses outside to Powers 1-0. Powers has been on base twice today on a pair of walks, 0 for 2. He's also scored a run. Up high, pops out of the catcher's glove, and the count goes to 2-0 on Powers. Nick Harms out on deck, and again, Harms, with his home run earlier today, tied the career program record for home runs with 22. Powers on 2-0 fouls that one back. Boy, Powers is a graduate transfer. You want to talk about guys who just seem to be perfect fits for a team? I think you're going to get that in James Powers. I mean, listen, a guy who can hit like he can in the middle of a lineup is pretty fantastic. But just the attitude he presents at the plate. That misses outside, ball 3. You could tell he's got a little bit of, he's a bit of an aggressive swinger. Again, that fits in with the Spartan style. We've seen him take some cuts at 2-0 pitches, 3-0 pitches today. And that misses ball 4. Powers wasn't sure, but it's called ball 4, and that'll be the first 2 runners on in the inning for the Spartans. And again, exactly what you don't want to do if you're an opposing pitcher, and that's put 2 men on base in front of Nick Harms. Harms with a home run already today. He's been on base twice, 1 for 3. 2-run home run and was hit by a pitch. Now hitting a 267 on the year. First pitch, breaking ball, misses outside, 1-0. And this is where if you're Nick Harms, you have to walk that fine line between remaining aggressive at the plate, but also remaining patient against a pitcher that, in Gerdenick, that's struggling to find the strike zone right now. There's a called strike on the outside corner at the letters, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 to Harms. Swung on, ground ball hit towards second, backhanded to second for 1, on to first. No chance to get Harms, and the throw goes away and out of play. Everyone will move up a bag. And the error allows another run to score. It's now 8-3. First error for either team today. For Harms, that'll go as a fielder's choice.
The first baseman, number 40, Dane Camphausen.
Anderson comes around to score on the play. It's an unearned run. And that's one if you're the shortstop, Westrick. And again, Westrick, you know, it's hard to criticize his play. He's such a good player. But probably my guess is if he was looking back at that again, he would probably just eat that one. You had no chance to get Harms at first base, and instead, with the runner bearing down on him, forced a bad throw over to first, and that results in a run crossing the plate. So now 1 out, runner at second, 8-3 the score. Dane Camphausen the batter and takes the breaking ball inside, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 offering. And that ball rocketed into left field. That's a base hit. Harms should score on this one. He turns the corner at third. Throw will be cut off. It's an RBI single for Dane Camphausen against his former team, and that will add to the Spartans' lead. It's now 9-3.
Number 19, the designated hitter, Carson Walker.
That base hit makes Jack Anderson's run, turns it from an unearned run into an earned run. Harms' run for the moment is unearned. As Carson Walker to the plate, takes a first pitch fastball for a strike, 1-0. So 9-3 now the score. Spartans leading in this one. And that misses inside for ball one. 1-1 the count. Walker, 385 hitter on the season. One for 4 in the game today. 2-1 count. And sends that foul. 2-2. Wooster back in that shift. And again, I just don't understand it. I go back to my point. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just how do you have enough data to substantiate Walker being a pull hitter? Swing and a miss, strike 3. The ball bounces off the catcher's glove, and on the pass ball, Camphausen will move up. A bag to second.
Number 2, the third baseman, Franco Alonso.
And Aaron Swick will come out, the head coach for Wooster, and I think he's asking about a batter's interference there. And the umpires will talk this over. But, you know, the issue is the catcher never caught the ball, so you can't argue that he interfered with a throw down to the base. I don't know, that seems like a stretch to me. I'd have a hard time believing this one's going to get overturned. Yeah, it's going to stand. That makes sense. Is Franco Alonso will be the batter. Really, really nice day for Franco, who's 3 for 3. He scored 3 runs, has a triple, a hit by pitch, 2 singles. Takes a called strike, 0-1. He's now hitting a .556 on the season. Again, he's maybe starting to cement his role in this lineup a little bit. Plays good defense. He has Dane Camphausen in, or over at second base currently, as he takes that one inside for a ball, 1-1. 2 runs in the inning for the Spartans. It's taken a 4-run lead and turned it into a 6-run lead with 3 more outs for Wooster to work with to try to come back in this one. For the Spartans, they'll salvage the final game of this 3-game series, and they'll head down to South Carolina with a 5-2 record, assuming they're able to hold on, which would be more or less ideal for them. I think if you were asking for how this team could have started, and again, yesterday certainly a disappointing day, but you get down to your spring break trip 5-2, that's pretty good. High fly ball. Should stay in play for the first baseman, Kramer, who makes the catch. And that ends the inning. So Alonso out for the first time today, but the Spartans able to score 2 runs in the inning regardless on a hit, an error, and a man left on base. We'll move to the 9th. Last chance for Wooster when we come back. The score, 9-3, Spartans with the lead. Well, the Spartans riding their starting 9 in the lineup all day today. Same 9 starters with the exclusion, I guess, of the pitcher are still out there. 9 position players, if you include the DH, same that started the day. And so we will head into the top of the 9th. Last chance for Wooster. They need 6 to tie, 7 to take the lead, so some work to do against a pretty darn good pitcher in Tyler Horvath, who is in search of his first save of the season. If Horvath does hold on to get the save here, he'd be the 4th different Spartan, as that's a called strike 0-1. He'd be the 4th different Spartan pitcher to notch a save in a game this season. And this will be a team that's only won 5 games, and 4 different players will have had at least one save. It shows you the versatility of this bullpen and this pitching staff that Coach Englander has to work with. Inside there, it's 1-1. Something that Coach Englander has always held true during his time here is that one grounded up towards short. Long throw for Stilson. No chance to get the runner. And that'll be an infield single for Kramer to keep hope alive here for Wooster. You know, we've talked a lot about Dane Camphausen, the Wooster graduate transfer. In his first season with the Spartans, mentioned Evan Faxon, who was a graduate transfer from Wooster, who finished out a Spartan career here, now on the coaching staff. But we probably left out the most important Wooster alum on the Spartans team, and that's head coach Matt Englander, who is an All-American pitcher for Wooster. So certainly some pretty deep connections between these two teams as the count goes to 0-1 on Leslie. Nice stop there by Powers. 1-1 the count. And that one skipped in the dirt by Horvath. Powers comes up throwing to second. The tag not in time. Almost. It goes a wild pitch that allows Kramer to move up a bag. Counts 2-1 at the plate. Now runner in scoring position. Nobody out. 2-1 offering to Leslie. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Nobody warming in the Spartans bullpen. This will be Horvath's game to finish off. Again, he's more of a stopper than a closer for the Spartans. Think Andrew Miller from the Guardians, I guess then the Indians a couple years back. And Terry Francona used to say, we didn't have a closer. We have a guy that we put in the game when we need to get outs. And that was Andrew Miller. That's Tyler Horvath for the Spartans. Leslie holds up on that one. And the count goes full 3-2. Powers, the catcher, didn't check out in the field, but honestly, I'm not sure they could have with the position the umpire is in out there. Here's the 3-2. As that ball into the air towards the gap, right center field. Harms giving chase, but that'll drop in for a base hit. Coming around to score from second base will be Kramer. It's an RBI double for Leslie. And that cuts the Spartan lead to 9-4. It's down to a 5-run advantage, but something cooking here in the 9th for Wooster, showing some signs of life. They're back down to a 5-run game, and that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Nick Pett. Pett walked with the bases loaded and drove in a run in his last at-bat. He's walked twice in the game, but is 0 for 2 at the plate. And that's a called strike, 0-1. Called strike, 0-2. Horvath trying to get the first out of the inning. A run in already for Wooster. From the stretch. Horvath looks back, now sets and delivers. Just low, 1-2. Spartans have led since a 5-run third inning gave them a 5-0 lead. There's been some more offensive action for both teams as of late. But the Spartans have never really felt out of control in this game. Ground ball over to first. Camphausen smothers it, and he'll take it to the bag himself for the first out of the inning. Pett retired on the ground ball to first. Leslie moves up 90 feet to third. Spartans not so concerned with that run at this point, with a 5-run lead. And that will bring up Zach Barrienbrock, who walked with the bases loaded his last time up and drove in a run. 0 for 3 in the game. Fastball misses down low, 1-0. Archer Stankowski in line for the win today should the score hold. He would improve to 2-0. Called strike, it's 1-1. Worcester's Jack Spring would take the loss. He'd fall to 0-1 on the year. Horvath, should he be able to finish this one out, would get his first save of the season. Leslie, the runner at third. Barrienbrock at the plate. Here's the pitch. Line drive through the right side of the infield for a base hit. And that will bring across Leslie. Barrienbrock with the RBI single. And it's now 9-5.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 14, Andrew McGowan.
It's starting to get a little bit more dangerous here. It's a 4-run game now. It's 3 hits in the inning off Horvath. A single for Kramer, a double for Leslie, and a single for Barrienbrock. That one stays up high to McGowan, and it's 1-0. McGowan had a chance to make a big dent in the Spartans' lead earlier. He came up to the bat with his team trailing 6-3 in the 7th inning and the bases loaded, but grounded into an inning-ending 6-4-3 double play. Try to avoid a similar fate here with 1 out and a runner on at first, as that one just misses off the outside corner, 2-0. It's been a tighter strike zone for most of this game, called by the home plate umpire Rudy Denius. Not necessarily a bad strike zone, just a little on the tighter side. Another one up high, 3-0. And that's a called strike, 3-1. McGowan wisely taking all the way there with his team down 4 runs. They need base runners. We'll see how patient he is here, 3-1. And he takes a called strike, 3-2. So full count, 3-2, 1 away. Breaking ball swung on and missed at strike 3. Nice curve. And that will be the second out of the inning. And now Horvath an out away from putting this one in the books for the Spartans. Standing in his way will be Grant Mitchell, the left fielder, who doubled off of Horvath his last time up. He's 1 for 3 in the game. He's also walked once. Flown out and struck out in his other 2 plate appearances. And takes the fastball up and out, 1-0. Each team has left 10 men on base today. Just misses there. It's 2-0. Two-0 offering from Horvath. Again, you got to imagine Mitchell taking here. And he does for a strike, 2-1. Another called strike, and now Wooster down to its final strike. 2-2 the count, 2 away, top of the ninth. 9-5 Spartans leading, trying to put a bow on this one. Horvath peers down at his catcher, Powers, shakes off a couple signs. And now finds a call he likes, comes set. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball, line drive right at Camphausen, who makes the play for the out, and that'll do it. The Spartans, in their home opener, come away with a 9-5 win. A really well-played game for Case Western Reserve. It was Nick Harms who got the team on the board in the third with a 2-run homer. That was the 22nd of his career, tying the school's career record. It was a 2-run homer later in the inning by Stilson that helped extend the lead. And from there, the Spartans went on. A really nice outing for Archer Stankowski as well, who throws 6 very solid innings. Good job out of the bullpen for Tyler Horvath. Just overall, the formula there today for the Spartans. Wooster falls to 4-3 on the year with the loss. The Spartans now 5-2. Stankowski 2-0 on the season with the win. First save of the year for Horvath. And the losing pitcher today is Jack Spring. Spring will fall to 0-1 on the year. Today's game lasted 3 hours, 22 minutes, and attendance at the ballpark today was 325. Want to thank everyone once again for joining us. The Spartans will next head down to South Carolina as the games there will start next Saturday at 5 p.m. The Spartans will take on 24th ranked Arcadia to open up the Spartan Southern Classic. Once again, for everyone here at Case Western Reserve, thank you for joining us today. I'm John Schwartz. Pleasure being with you all here for a couple of Spartan wins. We will see you down in South Carolina. Have a great evening, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Final score, once again, 9-5, the Spartans with the win.